Hey there, folks! What's up? Welcome to my channel. Before you doze off watching this video, do me a quick favor. Hit that subscribe button right now so you don't miss any new content. It's super quick and painless, I promise. While you're at it, smash that like button. Just one click and you'll make my day a whole lot brighter. Thanks a bunch, and sweet dreams. I mean, enjoy the video. Liam and Emma had always been close, despite the occasional sibling rivalry. They were both in their late 20s, navigating the challenges of adulthood when they received a mysterious letter from a lawyer. The letter informed them of a forgotten property left to them by their great-uncle, a man they had never met. Intrigued by the prospect of uncovering a piece of their family history, Liam and Emma decided to embark on a journey to the remote estate. As they drove up the winding path to the dilapidated mansion, Emma turned to her brother. "Do you think we'll find any answers here?" Liam shrugged. "I don't know, but I guess we'll find out soon enough." As they stepped into the dusty foyer, the siblings were greeted by an eerie silence. The once grand mansion was now a shell of its former self, with cobwebs and decay covering every surface. They began to explore the rooms, each one holding secrets waiting to be discovered. In the study, they found a collection of old diaries and letters. As they sat down to read through them, they learned of a bitter family dispute that had torn their ancestors apart. The diaries spoke of betrayal, love, and sacrifice, painting a picture of a complex family history. "Listen to this," Emma said, reading from one of the diaries. "I never meant for things to go so far. I only wanted to protect my brother, but in the end, I fear I have lost everything. It sounds like our great-great-grandfather was trying to make amends for something." Liam nodded. "Yeah, but what could have happened that was so terrible?" As they delved deeper into the diaries, they discovered that their great-great-grandfather had taken the blame for a crime committed by his brother, sacrificing his own reputation and happiness to protect his sibling. The revelation left Liam and Emma stunned, grappling with the weight of their ancestors' choices. In the attic, they stumbled upon a hidden room filled with old photographs and mementos. Among the artifacts was a letter addressed to their great-uncle, the man who had left them the property. With trembling hands, Emma opened the letter and began to read aloud. "My dearest brother, I know the truth now. I know what you did for me all those years ago. I am sorry I never had the courage to make things right. I hope that by leaving this property to your descendants, I can finally bring peace to our family. Please forgive me. It's signed by our great-great-uncle." Liam and Emma sat in silence, processing the revelation. They realized that the property was more than just a forgotten estate. It was a symbol of love, sacrifice, and the unbreakable bonds of family. As they prepared to leave the mansion, Emma turned to Liam. "I never knew our family had such a complicated history. It's kind of overwhelming." Liam put his arm around his sister. "I know, but I think it's important that we know the truth. It helps us understand where we come from and who we are." On the drive home, the siblings reflected on their experience. They had gone to the estate seeking answers but had found so much more. The journey had not only uncovered the truth behind the family dispute but had also brought them closer together. In the end, Liam and Emma knew that the forgotten estate had taught them a valuable lesson. They learned that family is not always perfect, but it is the love and sacrifices made for one another that truly matter. They vowed to honor their ancestors' legacy by cherishing their own bond and never letting anything come between them. As they pulled into their driveway, Emma turned to Liam with a smile. "Thank you for going on this journey with me. I couldn't have done it without you." Liam grinned. "That's what siblings are for. We stick together no matter what." With a newfound appreciation for their family history and a strengthened bond, Liam and Emma looked forward to the future, knowing that they would face whatever challenges came their way, together. Julia and her husband Mark had been married for 5 years when they received a letter from a lawyer informing them of a mysterious inheritance from a distant relative. The letter mentioned a forgotten property that had been left to Julia, and the couple decided to investigate. As they drove to the remote location, Julia couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. "I don't know anything about this relative, Mark. What if there's something strange about this property?" Mark reached over and squeezed her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, honey. It's probably just an old house that needs some fixing up. It could be a great investment opportunity. When they arrived at the property, they were surprised to find a charming, well-maintained cottage nestled in a picturesque garden. As they explored the interior, they discovered a series of diaries and letters hidden in a dusty trunk. Julia picked up one of the diaries and began to read aloud. June 15, 1925. I met him today, the man who will change my life forever. His name is Edward, and he is the most handsome and kind-hearted person I have ever known. But our love is forbidden, for he is a servant, and I am the daughter of a wealthy family. Mark raised an eyebrow. A forbidden love affair? This sounds like something out of a movie. As they delved deeper into the diaries and letters, Julia and Mark uncovered a tragic story of two lovers torn apart by societal expectations and a family's disapproval. The young woman, Elizabeth, had fallen in love with Edward, but her family had forbidden the relationship. Despite their best efforts to keep their love a secret, they were eventually discovered, and Edward was forced to leave the estate. Julia felt a strange connection to Elizabeth's story, and as she read more, she discovered the reason why. In a shocking twist, she learned that she was a direct descendant of Elizabeth and Edward's secret child, a baby girl who had been given up for adoption to protect her from the scandal. Mark was stunned by the revelation. Julia, this means that you're the rightful heir to this property. It belongs to you. Julia sat in silence, processing the information. She had always felt like something was missing in her life, and now she understood why. She was part of a legacy of love and sacrifice, and the cottage was a tangible reminder of that history. As they prepared to leave the property, Julia made a decision. Mark, I want to keep this place. Not just as an investment, but as a way to honor Elizabeth and Edward's memory. They fought so hard for their love, and I don't want their story to be forgotten. Mark nodded in understanding. I think that's a great idea, Julia. We can make this place our own while still preserving its history. Over the next few months, Julia and Mark worked tirelessly to restore the cottage to its former glory. They uncovered more secrets and stories hidden within its walls, each one adding to the tapestry of their family history. One evening, as they sat in front of the fireplace, Julia turned to Mark with tears in her eyes. I never knew my biological family, but now I feel like I have a connection to them. Elizabeth and Edward's love story may have ended in tragedy, but their legacy lives on through me. Mark pulled her close and kissed her forehead. And we'll make sure that legacy continues, Julia. We'll fill this house with love and laughter, just like they would have wanted. As Julia looked around the cottage, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. She had started this journey seeking answers about her past, but in the end, she had found something much more valuable, a sense of belonging and a love that transcended time. She knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, she would face them with Mark by her side, echoing the love story of Elizabeth and Edward. Olivia and Noah, cousins who had grown up together, were surprised when they received a cryptic letter from a lawyer about a forgotten family property. The letter mentioned that their great-grandparents had left them a farmhouse in the countryside, along with a mysterious message that hinted at a long-standing family rift that needed to be mended. Intrigued by the prospect of uncovering their family history and potentially healing old wounds, Olivia and Noah decided to visit the farmhouse. As they drove up the winding dirt road, Olivia turned to Noah. What do you think we'll find there? I've never even heard of this place before. Noah shrugged. I don't know, but it must be important if our great-grandparents left it to us. Maybe there's something there that can help us understand what happened between them and the rest of the family. When they arrived at the farmhouse, they were surprised to find it in relatively good condition, despite its age. As they explored the cozy rooms, they discovered a series of clues left behind by their ancestors, scattered throughout the house. The first clue was a letter from their great-grandmother, addressed to her future descendants. In it, she spoke of a priceless family heirloom that had been passed down through generations, but had been lost during the family dispute. She urged Olivia and Noah to find the heirloom and use it to bring the family back together. Excited by the prospect of a treasure hunt, Olivia and Noah began to follow the clues, which led them on a journey through the farmhouse and its surrounding property. They found old photographs, diary entries, and even a map that seemed to point towards the location of the heirloom. As they pieced together the story of their family's past, they learned that the dispute had been caused by a disagreement over the heirloom's ownership. Two branches of the family had claimed it, and the arguing had escalated until the family was torn apart, with their great-grandparents caught in the middle. One evening, as they sat in the farmhouse's living room, poring over the clues, Noah had a sudden realization. "Olivia, look at this photograph. Doesn't that tree in the background look familiar?" Olivia studied the image closely, her eyes widening. "You're right. That's the old oak tree on the hill behind the farmhouse. And there's something hanging from one of the branches. Could that be the heirloom?" They raced outside, flashlights in hand, and made their way to the ancient oak. As they approached, they saw a small, weathered box hanging from a branch, just as in the photograph. With trembling hands, Olivia reached up and retrieved the box, opening it to reveal a stunning golden locket. Inside the locket was a miniature portrait of their great-grandparents on their wedding day, along with a tiny note that read, "Our love is the true heirloom. May it bring our family together again." Olivia and Noah looked at each other, tears in their eyes. They knew that they had found more than just a physical heirloom. They had uncovered the love and dedication that their great-grandparents had for their family. Armed with this knowledge and the locket, Olivia and Noah reached out to their estranged grandparents, who had been on opposite sides of the family feud. They shared the story of the heirloom and the love that had inspired it, inviting them to the farmhouse to reconcile and start anew. To their surprise and delight, their grandparents agreed. As the family gathered in the farmhouse's living room, Olivia held up the locket and spoke. "This locket represents the love that our great-grandparents shared, and the love they had for this family. They wanted us to find it so that we could remember what truly matters, the bonds we share and the memories we create together." As the family embraced, tears of joy and forgiveness flowing freely, Noah turned to Olivia and whispered, "We did it. We found the heirloom and brought the family back together, just like our great-grandparents wanted." Olivia smiled, her heart full of love and gratitude. "And in doing so, we found something even more precious, the true meaning of family." From that day forward, the farmhouse became a symbol of unity and love for the family, a place where they could gather and celebrate their shared history and the heirloom that had brought them together. Olivia and Noah knew that their great-grandparents would have been proud of the legacy they had helped to create, one of forgiveness, love, and the unbreakable bonds of family. Sophia and Amelia had always been close, despite their differences in personality. Sophia was the practical, level-headed sister, while Amelia was the free-spirited dreamer. When they received a letter from a lawyer informing them of a forgotten family cottage left to them by a distant aunt, they were both intrigued and surprised. The sisters decided to take a break from their busy lives and spend some time at the quaint cottage, hoping to uncover more about their family history. As they arrived at the property, nestled in a picturesque countryside, Amelia couldn't contain her excitement. "Sophia, look at this place. It's like something out of a fairy tale." Sophia smiled at her sister's enthusiasm. "It is charming, isn't it? I wonder what secrets it holds." As they settled into the cottage, the sisters began to explore their surroundings. The cottage was filled with antique furniture, old photographs, and a sense of warmth that made them feel instantly at home. However, they soon noticed something peculiar. Faint whispers seemed to emanate from the walls, and hidden messages appeared in unexpected places. One evening, as they sat in the cozy living room, Amelia turned to Sophia with a puzzled expression. "Do you hear that? It sounds like someone's whispering, but I can't quite make out the words." Sophia strained her ears and realized that she, too, could hear the whispers. "You're right. It's coming from the walls. And look, there's a message carved into the wooden beam above the fireplace." The message read, "Find the truth within the walls, and break the curse that haunts us all." Intrigued and slightly unnerved, the sisters began to investigate the cottage more closely. they discovered old diaries hidden in a secret compartment beneath the floorboards, revealing the story of a decades-old family dispute. The diaries spoke of a curse placed on the cottage by a scorned lover who had vowed to torment the family until the truth was revealed and the wrong was righted. As they delved deeper into the mystery, the whispers grew louder and the hidden messages became more urgent. Amelia, with her imaginative mind, started to piece together the clues. "Sophia, I think the cottage is trying to communicate with us. It wants us to uncover the truth and break the curse." Sophia, ever the skeptic, was hesitant to believe in curses and magical cottages. However, she couldn't deny the strange occurrences and the overwhelming evidence they had uncovered. "Okay, let's say you're right. How do we break the curse?" The answer came to them in a dream shared by both sisters. In the dream, they saw their great-great-grandmother, the scorned lover, pleading with them to find a hidden letter that would reveal the truth behind the family dispute. The letter, she said, held the key to breaking the curse and setting her spirit free. Determined to put an end to the haunting whispers and the curse that had plagued their family, Sophia and Amelia searched the cottage high and low. Finally, in a hidden attic room, they discovered a dust-covered letter, yellowed with age. As they read the contents of the letter, they learned that their great-great-grandfather had not abandoned his lover as the family had believed, but had been forced to leave her by his cruel and manipulative father. The truth had been concealed, and the lover had died of a broken heart, her spirit becoming trapped in the cottage. With the truth revealed, the sisters performed a ritual described in the letter, using words of love and forgiveness to break the curse. As they spoke the final words, a warm light filled the cottage, and the whispers faded away. The sisters felt a sense of peace wash over them, knowing that they had finally set their ancestors' spirit free. Amelia hugged Sophia tightly, tears streaming down her face. "We did it, Sophia. We broke the curse and brought peace to our family." Sophia, finally allowing herself to believe in the extraordinary, hugged her sister back. "I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad the cottage was alive. It brought us closer together and helped us understand our family's past." From that moment on, the cottage became a special place for Sophia and Amelia, a reminder of the power of love, forgiveness, and the unbreakable bond of sisterhood. They knew that they would cherish the memories made within its walls forever, and that the whispers that had once haunted them would now serve as a testament to the strength and resilience of their family. Ethan and Jacob had never been close as brothers. Their relationship had been strained by years of misunderstandings, petty rivalries, and a deep-seated resentment that had grown since childhood. When they received a letter from a lawyer informing them of a forgotten family estate left to them by their late grandfather, they were both shocked and reluctant to face each other. The letter stipulated that the brothers must work together to uncover the truth behind an old family dispute before they could claim their inheritance. Ethan, the older and more responsible brother, saw this as an opportunity to finally mend their broken relationship. Jacob, on the other hand, was skeptical and resented being forced to confront their troubled past. As they arrived at the sprawling estate, nestled in the heart of the countryside, Ethan turned to his brother. "Look, Jacob, I know we've had our differences, but we need to put them aside if we want to get to the bottom of this." Jacob scoffed, "Easy for you to say. You've always been the golden child, the one Grandpa favored." Ethan sighed, "That's not true, and you know it. Grandpa loved us both equally. Now, let's just focus on figuring out what happened here." As the brothers explored the estate, they discovered a trove of old diaries and photographs that painted a picture of a complex family history filled with secrets and lies. They learned of their grandfather's tumultuous relationship with his own brother, and how a bitter feud had torn the family apart decades ago. One evening, as they sat in the dusty study poring over the documents, Jacob stumbled upon a shocking revelation. "Ethan, look at this," he said, his voice trembling. "It says here that Grandpa wasn't even the rightful heir to the estate. He took it from his brother after a heated argument and never looked back." Ethan's eyes widened as he read the passage. "But that means, our whole family history is based on a lie. Grandpa stole this estate from his own brother." The weight of the discovery hung heavy in the air as the brothers grappled with the implications. They realized that their grandfather, the man they had both looked up to and admired, was not the person they thought he was. As they delved deeper into the mystery, the brothers uncovered more startling truths about their family's past. They learned of the sacrifices their great-uncle had made to protect the family name, and how their grandfather's actions had left a trail of hurt and betrayal that had echoed through the generations. One night, as they sat in the kitchen, sipping on hot coffee, Ethan turned to his brother. "Jacob, I know we've had our differences, but I want you to know that I'm sorry for my part in it. I've been so focused on trying to live up to Grandpa's expectations that I never stopped to consider how it affected you." Jacob was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. "I'm sorry too, Ethan. I've been holding on to this resentment for so long, blaming you for things that weren't your fault. I see now that we were both just trying to find our place in the family." As the brothers continued to unravel the secrets of their family's past, they found themselves growing closer, bonding over shared memories and a newfound understanding of each other. They realized that the true inheritance their grandfather had left them was not the estate or the money, but the opportunity to heal old wounds and forge a new path forward. In the end, Ethan and Jacob made a decision. They would sell the estate and donate the proceeds to a charity in their great-uncle's name, honoring the sacrifices he had made for the family. They knew that this was what their grandfather would have wanted, a chance to make amends for his past mistakes. As they stood on the steps of the estate, ready to leave, Ethan placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. "We did it, Jacob. We uncovered the truth and found a way to move forward." Jacob smiled, a genuine smile that Ethan hadn't seen in years. "We did, brother. And I'm glad we did it together." The brothers walked away from the estate, their bond stronger than ever. They knew that the journey had not been easy, but it had taught them the true meaning of family and the power of forgiveness. They were ready to face the future, united by the love and understanding they had found in each other. Grace had always felt like an outsider in her own family. Growing up, she had watched her father's anger and resentment consume him, driving a wedge between him and everyone he loved. When she received a letter about a forgotten family cabin left to her by a distant cousin, she saw it as a chance to escape her troubled past and start anew. As Grace arrived at the secluded cabin, nestled deep in the woods, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. The cabin was simple but charming, with a cozy fireplace and a collection of old photographs and mementos scattered throughout. As she explored the space, she stumbled upon a hidden room filled with dusty trunks and boxes. Inside one of the trunks, Grace discovered a collection of old diaries, their pages yellowed with age. As she began to read, she was drawn into the story of her great-grandfather, a man she had never known. The diaries revealed a shocking secret. Her great-grandfather had committed a terrible crime that had torn the family apart and cast a shadow over the generations that followed. As Grace delved deeper into the diaries, she learned that her great-grandfather had been involved in a deadly feud with a neighboring family, the Hawthorns. In a fit of rage, he had killed the Hawthorne patriarch, setting off a chain of events that would haunt the family for decades. One evening, as Grace sat by the fireplace, lost in thought, she was startled by a knock at the door. When she opened it, she found herself face to face with a young man who introduced himself as Liam Hawthorne. "I know who you are," Liam said, his voice tight with anger. "Your great-grandfather killed mine, and my family has been seeking revenge ever since." Grace felt her heart sink as she realized the gravity of the situation. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I didn't know. I'm not my great-grandfather, and I don't want to be defined by his actions." Liam's eyes softened slightly, and he nodded. "I understand. But my family won't rest until they have their revenge. You need to be careful." Over the next few days, Grace and Liam found themselves drawn to each other, bonding over their shared history and the weight of their family's pasts. As they explored the cabin and the surrounding woods, they uncovered more secrets and clues about the feud that had divided their families. One day, as they sat by the lake, Liam turned to Grace. "I don't want to be a part of this anymore," he said softly. "I don't want to be defined by my family's hatred and anger." Grace nodded, understanding the pain in his eyes. "Neither do I. But how do we make it right? How do we break the cycle of revenge?" Together, Grace and Liam hatched a plan. They would gather their families together at the cabin and reveal the truth about the past, hoping to find a way to make amends and move forward. When the day arrived, the cabin was filled with tension and anticipation. Grace's father and Liam's uncles glared at each other across the room, their old grudges simmering beneath the surface. Grace took a deep breath and stepped forward. "We've all been hurt by the actions of our ancestors," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "But we have a choice. We can continue to be defined by their mistakes, or we can learn from them and choose a different path." As Grace and Liam shared the story of their great-grandfathers and the terrible crime that had been committed, the room fell silent. Slowly, hesitantly, the family members began to speak, sharing their own stories of pain and loss. In the end, Grace's father and Liam's uncles agreed to put aside their differences and work towards reconciliation. They knew that it wouldn't be easy, but they also knew that it was the only way to break the cycle of revenge and find peace. As Grace and Liam watched their families begin to heal, they knew that they had found something precious, a chance to start anew, unburdened by the sins of their fathers. They had learned that forgiveness and understanding were the keys to building a better future, one where love and compassion could triumph over hatred and anger. Hand in hand, Grace and Liam walked out of the cabin and into the sunlight, ready to face the world together. They knew that their journey was just beginning, but they also knew that they had the strength and the courage to face whatever challenges lay ahead, united by their love for each other and their determination to create a new legacy for their families. Mia and Lucas had been best friends since childhood, sharing everything from secrets to dreams. When they inherited a forgotten family mansion from a distant relative, they were thrilled at the prospect of turning it into a bed and breakfast. The mansion was a beautiful, sprawling property with a rich history, and they knew it would be the perfect place to start their new venture. As they began renovating the mansion, Mia and Lucas stumbled upon a hidden room behind a false wall in the library. The room was filled with dusty old diaries and artifacts that seemed to hold the key to a long-buried family secret. "Lucas, look at this!" Mia exclaimed, holding up a tattered diary. It's dated back to the early 1900s, and it's written by someone named Elizabeth. Lucas took the diary from Mia and began to read aloud. "June 15, 1902. I fear that my secret will be discovered soon. If anyone finds out the truth about my past, it could ruin everything I've worked so hard to build." Intrigued, Mia and Lucas spent hours poring over the diaries and artifacts, piecing together the story of Elizabeth and the family secret she had tried so desperately to keep hidden. As they delved deeper into the mystery, they learned that Elizabeth had been born into a wealthy family but had fallen in love with a poor artist named James. Her family had forbidden the match, and Elizabeth had been forced to choose between her love and her duty to her family. In the end, Elizabeth had chosen duty, marrying a man her family approved of and living a life of luxury and privilege. But she had never forgotten James, and had secretly continued to support him and his work throughout her life. Mia and Lucas were shocked by the revelation, but they were even more surprised by what they discovered next. In a small, ornate box hidden at the back of the room, they found a letter addressed to Elizabeth's descendants, revealing the truth about her past and the secret she had kept hidden for so long. "My dear descendants," Lucas read aloud, his voice trembling with emotion. "If you are reading this, then you have discovered the truth about my past. I want you to know that I lived a life of regret, always wondering what might have been if I had followed my heart instead of my duty. But I hope that by sharing my story with you, I can inspire you to live a life true to yourselves, no matter the cost." Mia and Lucas were deeply moved by Elizabeth's words, and they knew that they had to honor her legacy in some way. They decided to dedicate a room in the bed and breakfast to Elizabeth and James' story, filling it with the artifacts and diaries they had discovered in the hidden room. But as they were preparing to open the bed and breakfast, they made a startling discovery. In a small, faded photograph tucked inside one of the diaries, they saw a picture of Elizabeth and James, standing together and smiling happily. And in the background of the photograph, barely visible but unmistakable, was the very same mansion that Mia and Lucas had inherited. "Lucas, do you know what this means?" Mia whispered, her eyes wide with shock. "Elizabeth and James, they were here, in this very house." We're not just honoring their story, we're a part of it. Lucas nodded, his own eyes filling with tears. We're their descendants, Mia. We're the ones they were waiting for, the ones who would finally bring their story to light. From that moment on, Mia and Lucas knew that their bed and breakfast was more than just a business venture. It was a legacy, a tribute to the love and sacrifice of Elizabeth and James, and a reminder of the power of following one's heart. As they welcomed their first guests to the bed and breakfast, Mia and Lucas felt a sense of pride and purpose that they had never known before. They knew that they were not just running a business, but carrying on a family tradition of love, courage, and truth. And as they watched their guests explore the mansion and discover the hidden room for themselves, Mia and Lucas knew that they had finally found their true calling. They had uncovered a family secret that had been buried for generations, and in doing so, they had found a new sense of purpose and connection that would guide them for the rest of their lives. Avery and Caleb had always been close, despite the 5-year age gap between them. They were more than just siblings, they were best friends, confidants, and partners in crime. So when they received a mysterious letter about a forgotten family cottage, they knew they had to investigate together. The letter was vague, mentioning only that the cottage had been passed down through generations and that it held a secret that could change their lives forever. Intrigued, Avery and Caleb set out to find the cottage, nestled deep in the woods of their ancestral homeland. As they approached the cottage, a sense of unease settled over them. The air seemed to grow colder, and the trees seemed to whisper warnings in the wind. But Avery and Caleb pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. Inside the cottage, they found a scene straight out of a fairy tale. The walls were lined with ancient books, and the shelves were cluttered with dusty artifacts from a bygone era. But it was the locket that caught their attention, a beautiful, ornate piece of jewelry that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. As Avery reached out to touch the locket, Caleb suddenly grabbed her hand. "Wait," he said, his voice trembling. "I don't think we should touch that. Something about it feels wrong." But Avery was too curious to heed her brother's warning. She picked up the locket and opened it, revealing a tiny portrait of a beautiful young woman. And that's when everything changed. The cottage began to shake violently, and the air grew thick with a strange, sickly sweet scent. Avery and Caleb tried to run, but they found themselves trapped by an invisible force field that seemed to emanate from the locket itself. As they struggled to break free, a voice echoed through the cottage, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You have awakened me," it said, its tone both seductive and sinister. "And now, you must pay the price." Avery and Caleb soon learned the terrible truth behind the locket, that it was cursed, and that every generation of their family had suffered because of it. The locket had been passed down from mother to daughter for centuries, each one falling victim to its dark magic. As the curse began to take hold of Avery, Caleb knew he had to act fast. He pored over the ancient books in the cottage, searching for a way to break the curse and save his sister. And finally, he found it, a ritual that would require them to confront the locket's dark power head-on. "Avery," Caleb said, his voice urgent. "We have to do this together. It's the only way to break the curse and save our family." Avery nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "I'm ready," she said. "Let's do this." Together, Avery and Caleb performed the ritual, their voices rising in a haunting chant that seemed to echo through the ages. The locket began to glow with an eerie, pulsing light, and the cottage itself seemed to come alive, its walls shifting and changing like a living, breathing thing. And then, with a final, desperate push, they managed to break the curse. The locket shattered into 1,000 pieces, and the dark magic that had held their family in its grip for so long was finally destroyed. As they emerged from the cottage, Avery and Caleb felt a sense of relief wash over them. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, stronger and more united than ever before. "We did it," Avery said, her voice filled with wonder. "We actually broke the curse." Caleb nodded, a small smile playing across his lips. "Yeah, we did. And now, our family can finally be free." From that day forward, Avery and Caleb knew that they would always have each other, no matter what challenges lay ahead. They had confronted the sins of their ancestors and emerged stronger for it, ready to face the future together as the unbreakable bond of siblings. Lila and Asher had always been fascinated by their family's history, particularly the stories their grandparents told about their great-grandparents' heroic deeds during World War II. When they received a letter informing them of a forgotten family estate left to them by a distant relative, they knew they had to investigate. As they arrived at the estate, nestled in the lush countryside, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The main house was a grand, old structure that seemed to whisper tales of the past. Lila turned to Asher, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Can you believe this place? It's like stepping back in time." Asher nodded, equally enchanted by the property's charm. "I wonder what secrets it holds. Grandpa always said our great-grandparents were involved in something big during the war." As they explored the estate, they stumbled upon a hidden room filled with old photographs, maps, and journals. Poring over the documents, they discovered that the estate had once served as a secret hideout for their great-grandparents and their fellow resistance fighters during the war. Lila picked up a worn journal, carefully turning its delicate pages. "Listen to this, Asher," she said, reading aloud, "June 15, 1944. We received word today of a nearby prison camp. The conditions are dire, and we know we must act soon. Lives depend on our success. It's signed by our great-grandmother, Eliza." Asher's eyes widened. They were planning a rescue mission. That's incredible. As they delved deeper into the journals and documents, Lila and Asher pieced together the story of their great-grandparents' daring exploits. Eliza and her husband, James, had risked everything to help those in need, using the estate as a base of operations for their clandestine activities. One particular entry caught Lila's attention. August 20th, 1944. The mission was a success. We managed to free dozens of prisoners and guide them to safety. The look of hope and gratitude in their eyes will stay with me forever. We've made a difference, no matter the cost. Asher placed a comforting hand on Lila's shoulder as she wiped away a tear. They were heroes, Lila. They saved so many lives. The siblings continued to explore the estate, uncovering more stories of bravery and sacrifice. They learned that their great-grandparents had helped to establish safe routes for refugees, provided medical aid to the injured, and even sabotaged enemy supply lines. As the sun began to set, Lila and Asher sat on the porch, reflecting on their incredible discovery. Lila turned to her brother, a determined look in her eye. "We have to share their story, Asher. The world needs to know about the amazing things they did." Asher agreed, "You're right. But there's one more thing I think we should do." He led Lila back to the hidden room and began to search through the documents. Finally, he found what he was looking for, a map marked with the locations of hidden caches of supplies and weapons, left behind by their great-grandparents. "I think they wanted us to find this," Asher said, his voice filled with reverence. "They knew that one day, their story would be told, and their legacy would live on." Lila nodded, understanding the significance of the map. "We'll make sure their sacrifices were not in vain. We'll honor their memory by continuing their work, in whatever way we can." As they left the estate, Lila and Asher knew that their lives had been forever changed. They had uncovered a remarkable chapter in their family's history, one that spoke of courage, resilience, and the unbreakable bonds of love. And though the echoes of war had long since faded, the spirit of their great-grandparents lived on, a shining beacon of hope in a world that often seemed so dark. With the map as their guide and the stories of the past as their inspiration, Lila and Asher set out to make their own mark on the world, determined to carry on the legacy of those who had come before. Emily and her father, Robert, had always lived a humble life, content with their small apartment and simple pleasures. However, their world was turned upside down when they received a letter from a prestigious law firm, informing them of a forgotten family castle left to Emily by a distant cousin, Lord Fitzroy. As they stood before the imposing gates of the castle, Emily turned to her father, her eyes wide with wonder. "Dad, can you believe this? We're actually the owners of a castle." Robert smiled, squeezing his daughter's hand. "It's incredible, sweetheart. I never imagined our family had such a rich history." As they explored the castle's grand halls and opulent rooms, they discovered a trove of family heirlooms and documents that revealed a shocking truth. Emily was not only the rightful heir to the castle but also to a vast fortune that had been hidden away for generations. Emily delved into the diaries of her ancestors, learning of a bitter feud that had torn the family apart and led to the fortune being concealed. One entry, written by her great-great-grandmother, Lady Elizabeth, caught her attention. "I fear for the future of our family. My husband's greed and cruelty have driven a wedge between us, and I am left with no choice but to hide away our fortune, lest it be squandered on his selfish pursuits. I pray that one day, a worthy heir will uncover the truth and restore our family's honor." Emily's heart raced as she realized the magnitude of her discovery. She turned to her father, her voice trembling with excitement. "Dad, this is it. The key to unlocking our family's legacy. We have to find the fortune and make things right." Together, Emily and Robert scoured the castle for clues, following a trail of cryptic riddles and hidden passages left behind by Lady Elizabeth. As they drew closer to the truth, they encountered unexpected challenges and made startling discoveries about their family's past. One evening, as they sat in the castle's grand library, Robert uncovered a final piece of the puzzle. "Emily, look at this," he said, his voice filled with awe. "It's a map, leading to a secret chamber deep within the castle's foundations. This must be where the fortune is hidden." With a sense of purpose and determination, Emily and Robert navigated the treacherous path to the hidden chamber. As they stepped inside, they found themselves surrounded by glittering piles of gold, precious gems, and priceless artifacts. Emily's eyes filled with tears as she realized the significance of their discovery. "We did it, Dad. We found the fortune and uncovered the truth about our family. Now, we can use this wealth to make a difference, just like Lady Elizabeth wanted." Robert nodded, his voice filled with pride. "You're right, Emily. This fortune isn't just about the money, it's about the legacy we choose to create. We'll honor our ancestors by using this gift to help others and make the world a better place." As they left the chamber, Emily and Robert knew that their lives had been forever changed. They had not only uncovered a vast fortune but also a profound sense of purpose and connection to their family's history. In the years that followed, Emily and Robert used the fortune to establish charitable foundations, support the arts, and improve the lives of countless people. They became known as the Forgotten Heirs, a testament to the power of perseverance, love, and the unbreakable bonds of family. And though the castle and its secrets had been hidden away for generations, Emily and Robert knew that they had been chosen for a reason. They were the guardians of their family's legacy, the ones who would ensure that the forgotten heir would never be forgotten again. As Emily stood on the castle's balcony, looking out over the lush green hills and sparkling rivers of her newfound kingdom, she felt a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She knew that her journey had been one of self-discovery, of uncovering the truth about her past and embracing her destiny. And with her father by her side and the love of her ancestors guiding her way, she knew that anything was possible. Oliver and Scarlett had always been intrigued by the stories of their family's past, especially the tales of mysterious deaths and unexplained phenomena surrounding their ancestral mansion. When they inherited the long-forgotten estate from a distant aunt, they couldn't resist the opportunity to uncover the truth behind the ghostly legends. As they stepped into the grand foyer of the mansion, Scarlett felt a chill run down her spine. She turned to Oliver, her voice trembling slightly. "Do you feel that? It's like the house is alive, watching us." Oliver nodded, his eyes scanning the room cautiously. "I know what you mean. There's definitely something strange about this place." As they explored the mansion, they discovered a hidden room filled with old photographs, antique furniture, and a large, ornate portrait of a beautiful young woman. The woman's eyes seemed to follow them as they moved about the room, and Scarlett couldn't shake the feeling that the portrait held the key to the mansion's dark secrets. One night, as Scarlett lay in bed, she was startled awake by the sound of soft crying coming from the portrait room. She woke Oliver, and together they crept down the hallway, their hearts pounding in their chests. As they entered the room, they gasped in shock. The portrait had changed, and the woman's face was now contorted in anguish, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. Scarlet reached out to touch the painting, and suddenly, the room filled with an eerie, otherworldly light. The woman in the portrait began to speak, her voice echoing through the room. "Please, help me. I am trapped here, bound by a curse that has haunted my family for generations. Only you can break the spell and set me free." Oliver and Scarlet listened in amazement as the woman revealed the tragic story of her life. She had been a young bride, deeply in love with her husband, but their happiness was short-lived. Her husband's jealous brother had cursed them, condemning their souls to be forever trapped within the portrait until the curse could be broken. Determined to help the ghostly bride, Oliver and Scarlet pored over the mansion's library, searching for clues to break the curse. They discovered an ancient tome that spoke of a ritual that could free the trapped souls, but it required a sacrifice of true love. As they prepared to perform the ritual, Oliver turned to Scarlet, his eyes filled with concern. "Are you sure about this? The book says the ritual can be dangerous, and I don't want to lose you." Scarlet took his hand, her voice steady with resolve. "We have to do this, Oliver. We can't let them suffer any longer. I believe in us, in the power of our love." Together, they performed the ritual, their voices rising in a haunting incantation. The portrait began to glow, and the ghostly figures of the bride and her husband emerged, their faces filled with joy and gratitude. "Thank you," the bride whispered, her voice filled with emotion. "You have freed us from our curse and allowed us to be together once more. We will never forget your kindness and courage." As the ghostly couple faded away, Oliver and Scarlet embraced, tears streaming down their faces. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, their love stronger than any curse. In the years that followed, Oliver and Scarlet transformed the mansion into a warm and inviting home, filled with laughter and love. The portrait of the bride and her husband remained in the hidden room, a testament to the power of true love and the unbreakable bonds of family. And though the mansion's ghostly legends faded into memory, Oliver and Scarlet knew that they would always be connected to the spirits of their ancestors, guided by the love and courage that had brought them together and set them free. As they sat together on the porch swing, watching the sun set over the hills, Scarlet turned to Oliver, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "I never believed in ghosts or curses before, but now I know that love is the most powerful magic of all." Oliver smiled, pulling her close. "And with you by my side, I know that we can face anything, in this life or the next." Violet and Henry had always known they were adopted, but they had never questioned their family's love and support. That is, until the day they received a mysterious letter from a distant cousin, claiming that they were the long-lost heirs to a noble title and a vast fortune. At first, the siblings were skeptical. "This has to be some kind of scam," Violet said, frowning at the letter. "There's no way we could be related to nobility." But as they delved deeper into the mystery, they discovered that the letter was indeed true. Their birth parents had been a wealthy aristocratic couple who had died under mysterious circumstances, leaving their infant children to be raised in secret by a trusted friend. Determined to uncover the truth, Violet and Henry set out to visit the family castle that was now rightfully theirs. As they approached the imposing stone walls, Henry felt a shiver run down his spine. "Do you think we're ready for this?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. Violet took his hand, her eyes shining with determination. "We have to be. This is our birthright, Henry. We owe it to our parents to find out what really happened to them." As they explored the castle's grand halls and dusty chambers, they discovered a trove of ancient documents and family heirlooms that held the key to their past. They learned of a bitter power struggle that had torn their family apart generations ago, forcing their ancestors to hide the true heir away to keep them safe. But as they delved deeper into the mystery, they realized they were not alone in their quest. A shadowy figure, claiming to be a long-lost cousin, emerged from the shadows, determined to claim the title and fortune for himself. "You may be the blood of this family," he sneered, his eyes glinting with malice, "but I am the one who deserves to rule. I have spent my entire life preparing for this moment, and I will not let two orphaned brats stand in my way." Violet and Henry knew they were in danger, but they refused to back down. They had come too far to give up now, and they knew that their ancestors were counting on them to restore the family's honor and legacy. As the final confrontation loomed, Henry turned to Violet, his voice steady with resolve. "We have to stand together, no matter what. Our parents sacrificed everything to keep us safe, and we owe it to them to fight for what's rightfully ours." Violet nodded, her hand gripping the ancient sword that had once belonged to their great-grandfather. "We are the true heirs of this family, and we will not be denied our birthright. Let's finish this, once and for all." In a fierce battle that raged through the castle's halls, Violet and Henry fought bravely against their rival, their skills honed by months of training and their hearts fueled by the love and courage of their ancestors. In the end, they emerged victorious, their enemy vanquished and their birthright secured. As they stood before the great hall, surrounded by the cheering crowds of their loyal subjects, Violet turned to Henry, her eyes shining with pride. "We did it, Henry. We won back our family's legacy, just as our parents always knew we would." Henry smiled, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "And we did it together, just as they would have wanted. From this day forward, we will rule this land with honor, justice, and compassion, just as our ancestors did before us." As the sibling rulers took their rightful place on the throne, they knew that their journey had been one of self-discovery and sacrifice, of unbreakable bonds and unshakable courage. And though the road ahead would be filled with challenges and triumphs, they knew that they would face them all side by side, united by the love and strength of their family's legacy. Years later, as Violet and Henry sat in the great hall, surrounded by their children and grandchildren, they knew that they had fulfilled their destiny. They had reclaimed their birthright, restored their family's honor, and built a dynasty that would endure for generations to come. And as they looked out over the peaceful lands that stretched before them, they knew that their parents would have been proud of the rulers they had become, and the legacy they had fought so hard to protect. Arya and Luca had always been drawn to the mysterious and unexplained, so when they received a letter about a forgotten family opera house left to them by a distant great-uncle, they knew they had to investigate. As they approached the grand building, Arya felt a shiver run down her spine, as if the very walls were whispering secrets from the past. "Do you hear that?" she asked, turning to Luca with wide eyes. "It sounds like someone singing." Luca tilted his head, straining to listen. "I don't hear anything, Arya. It's probably just the wind." But as they stepped inside the opera house, the haunting melody grew louder, echoing through the dusty halls and abandoned dressing rooms. Arya felt a strange pull towards the stage, as if an invisible force were guiding her steps. As they explored the opera house, they discovered a hidden room filled with old photographs, sheet music, and a beautiful portrait of a young woman with piercing green eyes. Arya gasped as she read the name beneath the painting, Eliza Bellini, the Nightingale of Venice. "Luca, look at this," she whispered, her voice trembling with excitement. She was the star of the opera house, but she died tragically on opening night. "The papers say it was an accident, but I don't believe it." Luca furrowed his brow, studying the old documents. "You're right, Arya. There's something strange about her death. It's as if someone wanted her silenced." As they delved deeper into the mystery, they learned that Eliza had been caught in a bitter rivalry with the opera house's owner, a wealthy and powerful man who had become obsessed with her talent. When she refused his advances, he had threatened to ruin her career and her reputation. One night, as Arya sat alone on the stage, lost in thought, she heard the ghostly melody once again. But this time, it was accompanied by a voice, soft and ethereal, whispering in her ear. "Arya, my dear, you must help me. My spirit cannot rest until the truth is known." Arya spun around, her heart racing in her chest. There, standing before her, was the ghostly figure of Eliza Bellini, her green eyes shining with desperation. "What happened to you, Eliza?" Arya asked, her voice shaking. "Who did this to you?" The ghost smiled sadly, her incorporeal hand reaching out to touch Arya's cheek. "It was him, the owner. He poisoned me, jealous of my talent and my refusal to be his. But you, Arya, you have the power to set things right. You must sing my final aria, the one that was never performed. Only then can I be free." Arya nodded, tears streaming down her face. She had always known that her voice was special, but she had never imagined that it could be used to help a lost soul find peace. For weeks, she practiced the aria in secret, pouring her heart and soul into every note. Luca, ever the supportive brother, stood by her side, helping her to unravel the clues and piece together the truth. On the anniversary of Eliza's death, Aria took to the stage, her voice soaring through the opera house like a prayer. As she sang the final note, a brilliant light filled the room, and Eliza's ghost appeared once more, her face radiant with joy. "Thank you, Aria," she whispered, her voice fading into the ether. "You have given me the peace I have sought for so long. Now, I can finally rest." As the ghost disappeared, Aria felt a strange sensation wash over her, as if a part of Eliza's spirit had passed into her own. She knew then that she had been given a great gift, a voice that could heal the wounds of the past and bring hope to the present. Years later, as Aria stood on the stage of the opera house, now restored to its former glory, she knew that she had fulfilled her destiny. She had used her voice to bring justice to Eliza's memory and to share her incredible talent with the world. And as she sang the haunting melody that had first drawn her to the opera house, she could feel Eliza's presence beside her, guiding her every note and filling her heart with the courage to face whatever challenges lay ahead. For in the end, it was the power of music and the unbreakable bond between two souls that had brought them together and set them free. Zoe and Jude had always been fascinated by the stories of their eccentric great-aunt Hazel, a brilliant alchemist who had dedicated her life to unlocking the secrets of the universe. When they inherited her old apothecary shop, tucked away in a forgotten corner of the city, they knew they had stumbled upon something extraordinary. As they stepped inside the dusty, cluttered shop, Zoe's eyes widened with wonder. "Jude, look at all of this," she breathed, running her fingers along the ancient tomes and mysterious vials that lined the shelves. "I feel like we've stepped into another world." Jude nodded, equally entranced by the strange and wondrous artifacts that surrounded them. Aunt Hazel always said that the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe lay hidden in the most unexpected places. I wonder what she meant by that. As they explored the shop, they stumbled upon a hidden door that led to a secret laboratory, filled with bubbling cauldrons, glowing orbs, and strange, pulsing machines. In the center of the room stood a massive, ancient tome, its pages crackling with power. Zoe approached the book, her heart racing with excitement. As she opened its pages, a gust of wind swept through the laboratory, and a voice, ancient and powerful, echoed in their minds. "Welcome, my dear ones," it said, its tone warm and inviting. "I have waited long for your arrival. You are the chosen ones, the heirs to my legacy." Jude and Zoe exchanged a glance, their eyes wide with shock and wonder. "Who are you?" Jude asked, his voice trembling slightly. "I am the spirit of your great-aunt Hazel," the voice replied, "and I have chosen you to carry on my life's work. But be warned, my children, for there are those who would seek to use my knowledge for their own selfish ends." As they delved deeper into Hazel's journals and research notes, Zoe and Jude learned of a powerful secret society that had hunted their aunt for years, seeking to steal her alchemical discoveries and use them for their own nefarious purposes. They had branded her a heretic and a witch, forcing her to flee from place to place, always one step ahead of their grasp. But Hazel had been clever, and she had left behind a trail of clues and riddles that would lead her chosen heirs to the ultimate prize, the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary artifact said to grant eternal life and boundless power. Zoe and Jude knew they had to find the stone before the secret society did, but the path ahead was fraught with danger and deception. They found themselves navigating a treacherous underworld of occult rituals, ancient conspiracies, and dark magic, all while trying to stay one step ahead of their enemies. One night, as they huddled together in Hazel's laboratory, poring over a particularly cryptic passage in her journal, Zoe suddenly sat bolt upright, her eyes shining with realization. "Jude," she whispered, her voice trembling with excitement, "I think I know where the stone is hidden." Aunt Hazel left us a map, disguised in the pages of her journal. If we can decipher it, it will lead us straight to the stone. Jude leaned in closer, his heart racing with anticipation. "But what about the secret society?" he asked, his voice tight with fear. "They'll be watching our every move." Zoe's eyes flashed with determination. "We have to try, Jude. We owe it to Aunt Hazel to finish what she started. And besides," she added with a grin, "we're the chosen ones, remember? We've got the power of alchemy on our side." Together, Zoe and Jude set out on a perilous journey, following the map's cryptic clues across the city's hidden underbelly. They battled dark sorcerers, outwitted cunning traps, and delved deep into the mysteries of alchemy, all while trying to stay one step ahead of their pursuers. In the end, they found themselves standing before a hidden chamber, its walls pulsing with an otherworldly energy. Inside, they found the Philosopher's Stone, glowing with a brilliant, radiant light. As they reached out to claim their prize, they heard Hazel's voice once more, echoing in their minds. "Remember, my dear ones," she said, her tone filled with pride and love, "the true power of alchemy lies not in the stone itself, but in the wisdom and compassion of those who wield it. Use my gift wisely, and always remember the true meaning of our craft, to heal, to transform, and to bring light to the world." With the stone in hand and their great aunt's legacy to guide them, Zoe and Jude emerged from the chamber, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They had discovered their true calling, and they knew that they would spend the rest of their lives using their alchemical gifts to make the world a better place, just as Hazel had always dreamed. Years later, as they stood together in their own apothecary shop, surrounded by the wonders and mysteries of alchemy, Zoe turned to Jude with a smile. "We did it, Jude," she said, her eyes shining with pride and gratitude. "We fulfilled Aunt Hazel's legacy, and we did it together." Jude nodded, his own eyes filled with emotion. "And we'll keep doing it, Zoe," he said, his voice filled with determination. "We'll use our gifts to heal the sick, to transform the world, and to bring light to the darkest corners of the universe, just as Hazel always knew we could." And so, armed with the power of the Philosopher's Stone and the wisdom of their great aunt's teachings, Zoe and Jude set out to make their mark on the world, guided by the unbreakable bond of family and the limitless potential of the alchemist's craft. Luna and Nico had always been intrigued by the stories of their family's past, particularly the tales of a mysterious clock tower that had been passed down through the generations. When they received a letter informing them that the tower had been left to them by a distant grandfather, they knew they had to investigate. As they approached the ancient structure, nestled deep in the heart of a misty forest, Luna felt a chill run down her spine. "Nico," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly, "do you feel that? It's like the tower is alive, watching us." Nico nodded, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement. "I know what you mean. It's like we're stepping into another world, one that's been hidden away for centuries." As they entered the tower, they were struck by the intricate machinery that filled every wall and crevice. Gears turned, pendulums swung, and strange, ethereal light seemed to emanate from the very heart of the clockwork. In the center of the room, they found an old, leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. As Luna began to read, she gasped in shock. "Nico, listen to this," she said, her voice trembling with excitement. "It says here that the tower is cursed, and that our ancestor, a brilliant timekeeper named Ezra, was wrongfully accused of a crime and sentenced to death. With his dying breath, he cursed the tower, vowing that it would never keep proper time again until his name was cleared." Nico's eyes widened with realization. That must be why the tower was hidden away for so long. Our family must have been trying to protect Ezra's secret and break the curse. As they delved deeper into the journal, they learned that Ezra had been working on a revolutionary new type of clock, one that could harness the power of time itself. But his rivals, jealous of his genius, had framed him for a crime he didn't commit, hoping to steal his invention for themselves. Luna and Nico knew that they had to clear Ezra's name and break the curse, but they soon realized that they were not alone in their quest. A shadowy figure, claiming to be a descendant of Ezra's rivals, emerged from the darkness, determined to keep the truth hidden forever. "You may be the heirs of Ezra's legacy," the figure sneered, his eyes glinting with malice, "but you'll never break the curse. The tower will be mine, and Ezra's name will be lost to history forever." Luna and Nico knew that they were in a race against time, but they refused to give up. They pored over Ezra's notes and diagrams, searching for clues that could help them unlock the tower's secrets and prove their ancestors' innocence. As the clock ticked down to the final hour, they found themselves locked in a desperate battle with their rival, fighting to protect the tower and the truth that lay hidden within its walls. In the end, it was Luna who discovered the key to breaking the curse. "Nico," she cried, her voice filled with excitement, "I found it." Ezra left a message hidden in the gears, a code that only his true heirs could decipher. "If we can reset the clock to the exact moment of his death, the curse will be broken, and his name will be cleared." Together, Luna and Nico worked frantically to reset the clock, their hearts racing as the final seconds ticked away. And then, with a great grinding of gears and a blinding flash of light, the curse was lifted, and Ezra's spirit was finally set free. As they emerged from the tower, hand in hand, Luna and Nico knew that they had fulfilled their destiny. They had uncovered the truth, broken the curse, and restored their ancestors' legacy, all while forging an unbreakable bond of their own. Years later, as they sat together in the grand hall of the clock tower, now a museum dedicated to Ezra's genius, Luna turned to Nico with a smile. "We did it, Nico," she said, her eyes shining with pride and love. "We broke the curse and proved Ezra's innocence, just like he always knew we would." Nico nodded, his own eyes filled with emotion. "And we did it together, Luna," he said, his voice filled with gratitude and wonder. Just like Ezra said, the key to unlocking the secrets of time is the bond between two hearts, united in love and trust. And so, as the clock tower chimed the hour, Luna and Nico knew that they had found their true calling. They would spend the rest of their lives exploring the mysteries of time, guided by the love and wisdom of their ancestor, and the unbreakable bond that had brought them together and set them free. For in the end, it was the power of family, and the timeless magic of the human spirit, that had saved them all. Stella and Jasper had always been drawn to the world of the theater, with its grand performances, elaborate costumes, and air of mystery. When they inherited an old, forgotten theater from their great-uncle, they knew they had stumbled upon something truly special. As they stepped inside the dusty, abandoned building, Stella felt a shiver run down her spine. "Jasper," she whispered, her voice echoing in the empty auditorium, "do you feel that? It's like the theater is alive, watching us." Jasper nodded, his eyes wide with wonder. "I know what you mean. It's like we've stepped into another world, one filled with secrets and hidden stories." As they explored the theater, they discovered a hidden room filled with old photographs, playbills, and a beautiful portrait of a young actor with piercing blue eyes. Stella gasped as she read the name beneath the painting, Alexander Blackwood, the Phantom of the Stage. "Jasper, look at this," she said, her voice trembling with excitement. "He was the star of the theater, but he disappeared mysteriously on opening night. The papers say he simply vanished, but I don't believe it." Jasper furrowed his brow, studying the old documents. "You're right, Stella. There's something strange about his disappearance. It's as if someone wanted him gone." As they delved deeper into the mystery, they learned that Alexander had been involved in a dark secret that had torn the theater apart. He had uncovered a plot by the theater's owner to sell the building to a wealthy developer, who planned to demolish it and build a modern high-rise in its place. Alexander had confronted the owner, threatening to expose the truth, but on the night of the opening performance, he had vanished without a trace. The theater had fallen into disrepair, and the truth had been buried along with Alexander's memory. One night, as Stella sat alone on the stage, lost in thought, she heard a ghostly whisper echoing through the auditorium. "Stella, my dear, you must help me. My spirit cannot rest until the truth is known." Stella spun around, her heart racing in her chest. There, standing before her, was the ghostly figure of Alexander Blackwood, his blue eyes shining with desperation. "What happened to you, Alexander?" Stella asked, her voice shaking. "Who did this to you?" The ghost smiled sadly, his incorporeal hand reaching out to touch Stella's cheek. "It was the owner, my dear. He couldn't bear the thought of losing his precious theater, so he had me killed and hidden away. But you, Stella, you have the power to set things right. You must find the truth and expose the lies, so that my spirit can finally be free." Stella nodded, tears streaming down her face. She knew that she had to help Alexander, no matter the cost. For weeks, she and Jasper worked tirelessly to uncover the truth, poring over old documents and interviewing former cast members and crew. They discovered a web of lies and deceit that stretched back decades, implicating not just the former owner, but also a network of corrupt politicians and businessmen. As they pieced together the final clues, they knew that they had to act fast. They called a press conference and invited the media to the theater, where they revealed the shocking truth behind Alexander's disappearance and the owner's nefarious plans. In the end, justice was served, and the theater was saved from demolition. As Stella and Jasper stood on the stage, hand in hand, they knew that they had fulfilled their destiny. "We did it, Jasper," Stella whispered, her eyes shining with tears of joy. "We found the truth and set Alexander's spirit free." Jasper smiled, his own eyes filled with emotion. "And we did it together, Stella. Just like Alexander knew we would." As the curtain fell on their final performance, Stella and Jasper knew that they had found their true calling. They would spend the rest of their lives bringing joy and wonder to the world through the magic of the theater, guided by the love and passion that had brought them together and the spirit of the phantom that would always watch over them. Years later, as they took their final bows on the stage of the grand theater they had restored to its former glory, Stella turned to Jasper with a smile. "We've had quite a journey, haven't we?" she said, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Jasper laughed, pulling her close. "And it's only just beginning, my love. As long as we have each other, and the spirit of the theater to guide us, there's nothing we can't do." And so, hand in hand, Stella and Jasper stepped out into the world, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They had found their true home in the theater, and they knew that as long as they had each other, and the love of their craft, they could weather any storm and emerge stronger than ever before. Felix and Hazel had always been fascinated by the sea, with its endless horizons, rolling waves, and tales of adventure and discovery. When they received a letter informing them of a forgotten family ship, left to them by a distant great-grandfather, they knew they had to investigate. As they stood on the dock, staring up at the massive, ancient vessel, Felix felt a thrill of excitement run through him. "Hazel," he breathed, his eyes wide with wonder, "can you believe it? Our very own ship, waiting for us to uncover its secrets." Hazel nodded, her own heart racing with anticipation. "I know, Felix. It's like something out of a dream. I can't wait to see what's inside." As they explored the ship, they discovered a hidden compartment filled with old maps, logbooks, and a mysterious journal that seemed to hold the key to a long-lost treasure. As they pored over the faded pages, they learned that their great-grandfather had been the captain of a daring voyage, seeking a fabled treasure that was said to be hidden on a remote island in the South Pacific. But the voyage had been plagued by misfortune from the start, with mutinies, storms, and strange, unearthly phenomena that had driven the crew to the brink of madness. In the end, the ship had been lost, and the treasure had remained hidden, waiting for someone to uncover its secrets. Felix and Hazel knew that they had to finish what their great-grandfather had started, but they soon realized that they were not alone in their quest. A rival family, descendants of the mutinous crew, had also learned of the treasure, and they would stop at nothing to claim it for themselves. As they set out on their own voyage, following the clues left behind in the logbooks and journal, Felix and Hazel found themselves in a race against time, battling storms, navigating treacherous reefs, and outwitting their rivals at every turn. One night, as they huddled together in the captain's quarters, poring over a particularly cryptic passage in the journal, Hazel suddenly sat bolt upright, her eyes shining with realization. "Felix," she whispered, her voice trembling with excitement, "I think I know where the treasure is hidden. Great-grandfather left a secret message, hidden in the constellations of the stars. If we can decipher it, it will lead us straight to the island." Felix leaned in closer, his heart pounding with anticipation. "But what about the rival family?" he asked, his voice tight with worry. "They'll be watching our every move." Hazel's eyes flashed with determination. "We have to try, Felix. We owe it to great-grandfather to finish what he started. And besides," she added with a grin, "we're the true heirs of this legacy. We have the courage and the wit to outsmart anyone who stands in our way." Together, Felix and Hazel set out on the final leg of their journey, navigating by the stars and the cryptic clues left behind by their ancestor. They battled fierce storms, outsmarted their rivals, and finally, after weeks of searching, they found themselves standing on the shores of a hidden island, the treasure waiting just beyond their reach. As they dug through the soft sand, their hands trembling with excitement, they found a small, ornate chest, its surface etched with strange symbols and ancient runes. Inside, they found not gold or jewels, but a single, weathered piece of parchment, with a message scrawled in their great-grandfather's hand. "My dear descendants," the message read, "if you are reading this, then you have proven yourselves worthy of my legacy. The true treasure was never the gold or the riches, but the journey itself, and the bond that you have forged along the way. The real wealth lies not in what you have, but in who you are, and the love and courage that you carry in your hearts." As they read the final words, Felix and Hazel felt a rush of emotion wash over them. They had set out on this voyage seeking treasure, but in the end, they had found something far more valuable, a bond that could never be broken, and a legacy that would endure for generations to come. Years later, as they sat together on the deck of their own ship, watching the sun set over the horizon, Felix turned to Hazel with a smile. "We did it, Hazel," he said, his eyes shining with love and pride. "We found the treasure and fulfilled our great-grandfather's legacy." Hazel nodded, her hand entwined with his. "And we did it together, Felix. Just like he always knew we would." As the ship sailed off into the distance, Felix and Hazel knew that they had found their true calling. They would spend the rest of their lives exploring the world, seeking out new adventures and discovering the hidden treasures that lay waiting to be found. And through it all, they would carry with them the love and courage that had brought them together, and the unbreakable bond of family that would guide them through any storm. Ivy and Silas had always been drawn to the world of art, with its vibrant colors, bold strokes, and air of mystery. When they inherited an old, forgotten studio from their great-aunt, they knew they had stumbled upon something truly special. As they stepped inside the dusty, cluttered space, Ivy felt a sense of wonder wash over her. "Silas," she breathed, her eyes wide with excitement, "can you believe it? Our very own art studio, filled with secrets just waiting to be uncovered." Silas nodded, his own heart racing with anticipation. "I know, Ivy. It's like we've stepped into another world, one where anything is possible." As they explored the studio, they discovered a hidden room filled with stunning paintings, each one more beautiful than the last. But it was the mysterious diary, tucked away in a corner, that truly captured their imagination. As Ivy began to read, she gasped in shock. "Silas, listen to this," she said, her voice trembling with excitement. "It's the diary of our great-aunt, Eliza. She was an incredible artist, but she was forced to hide her work away because of the societal pressures of her time. She couldn't bear the thought of living a lie, so she poured her heart and soul into her paintings, hoping that one day, someone would discover the truth." Silas's eyes widened with realization. "And that someone is us, Ivy. We've been chosen to bring her story to light, to show the world the incredible talent that she kept hidden away for so long." As they delved deeper into Eliza's diary and paintings, they discovered a tale of forbidden love, of a passion that burned brighter than any flame. Eliza had fallen in love with a young man named James, a fellow artist who shared her vision and her dreams. But their love was forbidden, for James was of a lower social class, and Eliza's family would never approve of the match. Despite the risks, Eliza and James continued to meet in secret, pouring their love into their art and dreaming of a future where they could be together. But fate had other plans, and tragedy struck when James was killed in a terrible accident, leaving Eliza heartbroken and alone. Desperate to keep her love alive, Eliza poured all of her grief and passion into a single, magnificent painting, a tribute to the love that she had lost. But she knew that she could never reveal the truth, for fear of the scandal that would ensue. And so, she hid the painting away, along with her diary and her broken heart, hoping that one day, someone would discover the truth and set her spirit free. As Ivy and Silas pieced together the final clues, they knew that they had to act fast. They called a press conference and invited the art world to the studio, where they revealed the incredible talent of Eliza and the tragic love story that had inspired her greatest work. The world was stunned by the revelation, and Eliza's paintings became the talk of the art world. Critics hailed her as a visionary, a true master of her craft, and her story became a symbol of the power of love and the enduring spirit of the human heart. As Ivy and Silas stood in the studio, surrounded by the paintings that had brought them together, they knew that they had fulfilled their destiny. "We did it, Silas," Ivy whispered, her eyes shining with tears of joy. "We brought Aunt Eliza's story to light, and we set her spirit free." Silas smiled, his own heart filled with emotion. "And we did it together, Ivy. Just like she always knew we would." Years later, as they sat together in the studio, now a museum dedicated to Eliza's incredible talent, Ivy turned to Silas with a smile. "You know, I always knew that art had the power to change lives," she said, her voice filled with wonder. "But I never imagined that it would change ours in such an incredible way." Silas nodded, his hand entwined with hers. "And it's all because of Aunt Eliza, and the love that she shared with James. Their story will live on forever, inspiring generations of artists to come." And so, hand in hand, Ivy and Silas stepped out into the world, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They had found their true calling in the art world, and they knew that as long as they had each other, and the love of their craft, they could weather any storm and emerge stronger than ever before. And through it all, they would carry with them the memory of Eliza and James, and the incredible love that had brought them together, now and forever. Ada and Leonardo had always been fascinated by the world of invention, with its endless possibilities, ingenious creations, and the power to change the world. When they inherited a forgotten workshop from their great-uncle, they knew they had stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. As they stepped inside the dusty, cluttered space, Ada felt a sense of wonder wash over her. "Leonardo," she breathed, her eyes wide with excitement, "can you believe it? Our very own inventor's workshop, filled with secrets just waiting to be uncovered." Leonardo nodded, his own heart racing with anticipation. "I know, Ada. It's like we've stepped into a world of pure imagination, where anything is possible." As they explored the workshop, they discovered a hidden room filled with incredible inventions, each one more astonishing than the last. But it was the series of encoded diaries, tucked away in a corner, that truly captured their imagination. As Ada began to decipher the cryptic entries, she gasped in amazement. "Leonardo, listen to this," she said, her voice trembling with excitement. "It's the diary of our great-uncle, Nathaniel. He was a brilliant inventor, light years ahead of his time. But he was forced to hide his work away because the world wasn't ready for his revolutionary ideas. He poured his heart and soul into his inventions, hoping that one day, someone would discover the truth and bring his creations to life." Leonardo's eyes widened with realization. "And that someone is us, Ada. We've been chosen to carry on his legacy, to show the world the incredible genius that he kept hidden away for so long." As they delved deeper into Nathaniel's diaries and inventions, they discovered a world of unimaginable wonders. There were machines that could harness the power of the sun, devices that could communicate across vast distances, and even a prototype for a flying machine that defied the laws of gravity. But they also uncovered a darker side to Nathaniel's story, a tale of betrayal and sabotage that had nearly destroyed his life's work. Nathaniel had been on the verge of unveiling his greatest creation, a device that could provide limitless clean energy to the world, when tragedy struck. His rival, a ruthless industrialist named Cornelius Blackwood, had stolen his plans and destroyed his prototype, leaving Nathaniel heartbroken and defeated. Desperate to keep his work alive, Nathaniel had hidden his inventions away, along with his diaries and his shattered dreams, hoping that one day, someone would discover the truth and finish what he had started. As Ada and Leonardo pieced together the final clues, they knew that they had to act fast. They worked tirelessly to rebuild Nathaniel's greatest invention, pouring all of their knowledge and skill into the task. But as they neared completion, they realized that they were not alone. Blackwood's descendants, a powerful and ruthless family, had learned of their plans and would stop at nothing to claim Nathaniel's work for themselves. In a desperate race against time, Ada and Leonardo put the final touches on the device, knowing that the fate of the world hung in the balance. And as they activated the machine, they felt a surge of energy unlike anything they had ever experienced before. The device worked flawlessly, providing limitless clean energy to the world and ushering in a new era of prosperity and innovation. And as the news of their incredible achievement spread, Ada and Leonardo found themselves hailed as heroes, the true heirs of Nathaniel's legacy. As they stood in the workshop, surrounded by the inventions that had brought them together, Ada turned to Leonardo with tears in her eyes. "We did it, Leonardo," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. "We finished what Uncle Nathaniel started, and we changed the world." Leonardo smiled, his own heart bursting with pride. "And we did it together, Ada. Just like he always knew we would." Years later, as they sat together in the workshop, now a museum dedicated to Nathaniel's incredible genius, Ada turned to Leonardo with a smile. "You know, I always knew that invention had the power to change lives," she said, her voice filled with wonder. "But I never imagined that it would change ours in such an incredible way." Leonardo nodded, his hand entwined with hers. "And it's all because of Uncle Nathaniel, and the incredible vision that he had for the world. His story will live on forever, inspiring generations of inventors to come." And so, hand in hand, Ada and Leonardo stepped out into the world, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They had found their true calling in the world of invention, and they knew that as long as they had each other, and the love of their craft, they could weather any storm and emerge stronger than ever before. And through it all, they would carry with them the memory of Nathaniel, and the incredible legacy that he had entrusted to them, now and forever.